Y comenzamos la transmisión de este domingo. It's muchas bolas. I was not able to put this one on Twitch as well, so we're gonna have to go on Facebook and maybe we stream it on Twitch. I don't know. This is always really hard to decide. For now, I've been struggling too much with this thing. I've been waiting so long to continue, and just because I wanted to stream it, now you see me here, waiting pretty much every time that I have, so that I can actually play this on stream. Why? Because like I said last time, the first time you play an Ace Attorney one is special, and you don't want to lose that one. You can share it, then do so. By the way, just a little piece of something. This little guy was a gift that I was given, and to be honest, I know that it's a Funko and a lot of people have a lot of things against them, but come on, you have to admit that this is adorable, and it was a gift. So anyway, what do we have today? Well, according to our title from last time, we have episode 3. Today we do The Adventure of the Runaway Room. By the way, I have to start sharing this, otherwise I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna share it to my friends. Hey, what gives? I should have tried this one. Oh, there they are. Okay. I have little warnings now for these things. I hope they work for you, as they work for me. And okay, let's see if this one works. There it is. But of course I'm not gonna like myself, so let's start with this. Last time we ended up episode 2 on the boat, where a lot of bad things happen. And now we're starting the adventure of the Runaway Room. Of course, let's see what happens in the future for us.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Oh my god. They have a way with words, don't they?
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
God, they look adorable.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Go. Okay. Now that I look at it a second time, what an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Okay. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and... Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Yeah! What the heck is that? What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instruction to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take... Oh, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, it was correct. If we have to remain here in Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, brain, work. Is this still alive? Oh, of course. Yep. Just confirming that it's still yep, it is still working. Brain, work. Yep, that's my boss. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh god, no, it is way more imposing, boss. You know, this is gonna be hard. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart. Oh my god, here we go with the names. Male Strong Heart. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Welcome to London, capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Yeah, okay. Dear Lord, I don't know where even to begin with this. Okay, so this is my badge. Band. And I'm remembering inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Okay, let's check around. This is the reason why I was so surprised. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with clocks that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the clocks make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they are... yes, they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know what? And they roam around in the middle of the... What?! Okay. Really? Is there something you don't know, Mr. Sato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? Also, why did she get that incredible tome? This must be the Lords of Chief Justice desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Naruhodo-san. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so barbarian, I'm sure. Get over here. There it is. Ugh, this is creepy. Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And there are books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial system of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why did you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Japan. in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Yeah. I wouldn't want to know either. What was the button? Yeah, this is one. Okay, looking it around. The place is huge. But there's... Why is it? Okay, whatever. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Well, I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's street from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the coming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technology achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris World Fair look like a talk shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you say so yourself, the sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Let's present the argument. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. What? Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a stunning of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asugi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand that the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for those shores. That's amazing! The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honor disappointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are full of people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study through arrangement can no longer proceed. If you could just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Oh. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Okay, it is public. I was just wondering. This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Mr. Lord of Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Wait a minute. Okay. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Yes, this is gonna be interesting. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else from here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me! I can do it! Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But closing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceeding while I was on board the SS Buria. I still cannot get over the name of that freaking boat. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Great Britain. One place. Yeah, not that. There it is. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I was saying, to become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any taste you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please! Nice. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo-san. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted, perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. Here it is. So you're willing to put up those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. You firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I making things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer, where you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an app trial about to begin later today. What? No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? Yes, yes, yes! If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Yay! Music starting. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Oh wow! Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Oh right! Right. I keep forgetting that this game is actually quite antique. Impressively you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can do that, can't you? Wait. Yellow, big hair, Lord Chief of Justice? An imposing presence? This guy is the Damon Gant! Yes! This guy is Damon Gant! There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So, the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Ugh. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. Huh? If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent? I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Alright then. I have to give you a decision now. My answer is... I can do it! I can get the words out! 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have no noble intentions. You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Cheers, Long Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Osato. But what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Miss Susato means. is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his own one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his client in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand on the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo! Oh. I imagined that this would happen. Oh, was there something else? It's an approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. Old Bailey, Old Bailey, Old Bailey. Oh, that's right, that's the court. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can hope to find someone to represent him. Trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you! I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here, and I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves! Are we really going to court immediately as well? He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Ooh. There it is. What to do? The classic assistant one. Mr. Sato, can I ask you something? Careful! From this position, I can perform as a detective in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you hear Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, you had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay. Somebody's angry. Oh. Oh! These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom with an impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily in the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Oh, what is this? Aww, really? The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here, look! Kazuma Asogi. This was his man, of course. He had his heart set on this study turning Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. He lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband though. It got cold really fast though. Okay. This oppressive air is quite stifling. The office of Lord Justice Strongheart, in Britain's great capital, London. Its grand stone architecture and the echo thick of the vast cogwheels landed in an air of authority. Okay, if we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the car house in time. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Let's go! Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my feet were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? I like that animation. Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. What, a guinea? It's one of my favorite lines from the Headlock Show stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait is in Grant. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court of Japan. An oppressive air. Almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever demands you to defend this, I imagine, he is feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, my name, sir. Oh my God, is that the defendant? God, you're a sight to weird eyes. Strongheart is scary. What is you doing following me here? Things are very desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, or yes? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you just need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself. I've been there myself. So I have. Oh my God, this accent is the death of me. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, all well in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. This grand. Let me start by giving just 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Susato. Please, Miss Susato. You don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? There's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Did that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! I did not expect that. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you as no string attached. I've been wanting you to do something for me. To be honest, this is a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good itself here. I'll be in the dark. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'll be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blasted in blazes! Did you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Head Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so did I. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its coral people. McGilded. Oh my god. The defendant in this case, he's an incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. I'm to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. Magnus McGilded, age 48. Oh, I didn't notice that Strongheart was 52. That's amazing. I mean, real extraordinary. But now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? I now know which kind of accent I should have given this guy. I should have gone all the way to the Scottish classical Scrooge McDuck accent, but I cannot make that kind of accent. Imagine me trying to make a Scottish dog accent. McGilded, McDuck, it even has the same freaking, oh my god, of course. Why didn't I think of that before? Okay. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruto. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I gave you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you, yeah? Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you were thinking. This Chance of Appella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation. Well? Well... I would have to be extremely proud to say exactly. But I have the feeling that this guy wants that. I cannot be dishonest. Not at all! Although, it is a little strange to be honest. Oh, you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baron Ban 6. Baron Ban 6. He's the prosecutor. I cannot tell if there's a pun here. Ban 6. The prosecutor? Is the Grim Reaper? When Ban 6 stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned Oh my god! It's Amon Karma. It's Amon Karma. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fellow. You could say he's living legend of the Old Bailey. The old legend of the prosecution. Yeah. Goodness. Lord Barak Band 6. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That's what we mean. Oh, this time. Well done, fella. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I made up my mind, so I have. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? This is no accident. I can assure you of that. This is fate. Settle in could feel now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one, so I have to stand in the... I have to stand in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend myself. Sorry. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would have never allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. I thought that we were going to get to be continued over there. Oh my god! So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? He's sweating bullet, isn't he? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Whoa! Whoa, that beard! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McKilden. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecutions and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. Oh my god, did I just give him a... I'm gonna struggle now with him because I did that. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Did you speak English? Oh my god! Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Oh my god, he's so freaking extra! A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilder. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sentenced to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, this is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to McGilder, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go and play in my gilded park? I just have to do a child's voice in an instant. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilder. That's definitely welcome news. And he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilder, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Okay. Maid, rich fella with a knife, librarian, I guess it's a banker, the first one? And an old lady. Oh, she's so cute. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send brothers to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. Ugh. Yay! Like. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Okay, what the heck? So this is a drunkard. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Let's finish these meats for my grandson. Aww. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Those people are... the jury. Yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. Bad news, buddy. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. The defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. Something that it doesn't get introduced until Appellate Justice, and then it gets completely forgotten. But how exactly do the jurors give a verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. This is near. Yes. Prosecutor Van Six. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. Oh my god, he's a vampire! He is a vampire! So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? God! And look at Jim cold! And look at Jim used to call freaking Von Karma Dracula. This guy couldn't be closer to that guy, he just need the freaking fangs! I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh my god! The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer in Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. The autopsy report has been a report prepared in Scotland Yard. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhage, and this is an autopsy, not a post-mortem report like last time. This is an actual written, analyzed autopsy. The photograph of the man is his face is found from the view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. Wait. This is gonna be a point of arguing, right? And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit this as well. And these are? Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. This by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These Corso gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? The McGilded gloves had blood on them? Well, I accept this as evidence as well. How did I get into this? And backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what do you say? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I robbed the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? This is the motion of my carriage, my lord, lilting as it is, and when I open my eyes again. It was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now ask yes, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally saved. I just jumped from the Scottish to the Scandinavian, and I lost the train of thought of which order, and here's the English one. This freaking game. Order! There it is. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once! They're so cute, all of them! Witnesses, your names and occupations, and I'm gonna go crazy. 3 more voices, what am I gonna do, dear Lord? My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name is First. Lady First. I need that caption! I already can see what is gonna be his freaking turnabout. Lady First. I am make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after the 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Here we go! I've been waiting for this. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were... The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts! That's right! He stabbed him! I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus! And then I saw it too! He has a whip for the horses. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Oh, quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nation was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Aren't you so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you been traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for all us to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which the bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus! Oh my god! Oh my god, I did not expect this. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. The print skirts are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside in the closed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architectures and sight are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to the foreigner guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. And a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying these rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. And that is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The omnibus, the 8 seen omnibus that was the scene of crime, there were passengers both inside the carriage and on the top of the roof that night. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? I wonder if I can examine it. I can examine it! This is amazing! Also, I haven't examined the globes. I stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhage resulting from the trauma. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of crumbling now. No. By the way, is Master McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Huh. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Yeah, that's a good... checking everything, you know, just in case. Okay. Omnibus. And I'm pretty sure this is not an omnibus from Ciudad Juarez or something like that. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. I love this. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Ah, that's the poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to this Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower! It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can be opened from inside the cabin at least. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. Ah, god, it's the same one. I mean, it looked different. What could I do? This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to this roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stop somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp and... I moved everything. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Have you had enough? Let's step back outside then. And now, the upper area. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. Do people sit all the way up here and on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Ugh. You can certainly see the inside carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Okay, this is the one that I already saw. Oh god. Yes! Great Britain is simply extraordinary! I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, since as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect us Nipponese, to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke! Focus! Okay, thank God I already read the whole testimony. This is the first time I'm gonna be able to read this on my own in quite a while. It is I'm trying to say it, and I keep forgetting it. Dear Lord with me. Hold it! Hey, hello! Yes. Let's see. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. I think it was... Yes! The chat is working as I actually thought it would. I wonder if the lights are. Okay, there it is. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that's right. That's right, sir. Yes, in fact, ever so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. Oh my god, they're incredible. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveled in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No one. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then? I have to say, the post insists on it running. He does, every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. Oh, that's really very, very horrible. The big... Okay. Hold it! And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. You sit up on the top there. The window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilden. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilden is a gentleman of rather small stature. Couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt there. I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Okay, let's press it. That's odd. The live chat is not working inside here. Okay. Didn't I already testify to that? I actually jumped one. For our third income, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. No. I didn't mean it that. This is no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail if you— My lord! Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my sir. My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little reproach of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. What is going on? There's no point wasting listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. I don't like this. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scale of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right. I stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. Oh god. I gave him voice instead of just pressing. Hold it! He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the rooftop, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I had been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was taken right out from his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Oh god. The jury looked like they're even more convinced that my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First! Mr. First! Yes, sir! Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief! Yes, that's it, that's the very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. For Magnus perhaps, or Mathilde possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere! Yes! Like in Mason!
Objection!
Oh my god, I like that objection! I love it! This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No! This weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. The murder weapon was a large knife that was found launched into the victim's head. All the offense must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilder is a pillar for society and gentleman, and a gentleman's words should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait! What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to ridicule all traces of filth and crime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. Nola, I haven't given a voice to this lady. As such, I am now in position to draw out the only logical conclusion. This is not okay. Not again? That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed the guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose we'll have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can give up now? I just need to calm down and listen to the witness statements again. God, this is a mess. As soon as I hear the scream, I stop my boss and then I saw it too. Okay, what did you see? What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was, what? And by passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. The other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus Mathilde. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Wait. That is a lie!
My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes, you're number 5? So I take it that you too.
As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me.
It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No! Please, just keep an eye open, a little long.
Get up now, Silverblaze! The finish is in sight!
So, this guy is the leader of the carriages. Okay, got it.
Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. I still got my hearing, you know. Aw, that's a cute little old lady.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I am a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of day, and I sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Mackildale Park, it's called.
Oh my god! Are you kidding me?
The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. To put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman who have it in him to take another man's life.
He's always doing wonderful things for the city!
That's right! A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely! Mother, may we go to the Mackildale public park later and borrow some books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus Mackilded really is?
What kind of man is he?
This philanthropist, Magnus Mackilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir! And one with the very darkest of souls.
What? Stone the crows!
Mackilded lends the money at extraordinary rates of internet, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a bolter that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties have then deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of its own? What possibly reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that!
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, except considerable financial liability.
Oh.
It will come as no surprise that his creator was accused, Magnus Mackilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment day for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul... And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus Mackilded!
You believe it? If I may add something briefly, Mrs. Sato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. Mackilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? I cannot believe how extra 6 is. Band 6.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice in a court of law.
Aha! There it is! Lord Band 6 Hollow Chalice! Hollow Chalice, what? How could this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard that ladies from Far East could show great courage, but I did not expect to experience it myself.
As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh!
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence.
This is incredible posing.
And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
A marvelous toss, Consul. And we're back. I had to go for something to eat. I ended up grabbing a lot of lettuce, but I mean, it works, right? Okay, let's skip this up. This. And let's continue. A marvelous task, Council. I will gladly accept this new evidence. A lot of people who borrow money from the independent at a high rate of interest, includes a victim who owed 20 guineas. Thank you, Liu. Hey, I needed to eat something. What am I gonna do with this? And a bunch of lettuce, by the way. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had amply recompense.
Jessica said, yeah, I know what you mean with this. Well, it would seem that I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Oh, no, lady, no, Jet.
Regrettably, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little part, too. What a scoundrel. No, still. Maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute! Let's think about... I don't stand for nonsense! I had never been in this situation before. What is going on now?
That was it! The last juror's decision!
What is it? According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Oh, wow! A minute, please. That's what it says here. Ow. This is hot. Okay. I just had to go for boiling water. Let's keep going. That's what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote though. A footnote? However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Ugh.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
I wonder why it's not showing the light shower.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude this trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Miss Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote on the Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver their final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. What? In the middle of this cross-examination. Summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tomb you had there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British laws wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It is a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. She's adorable. I love this little girl.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you understand what it entails. Typical Nipponess. Finish, my lord. I'm gonna open my...
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. Why is it sounding twice? Let's see, what is going on over here? There it is.
Before you understand what it entails.
It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the procedures of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, or last possible option, to assert the right to carry it out or admit defeat. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very high standards of judicial procedure.
Wait.
Objection!
Okay.
Summation examinations are embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
No, it's too hard for my throat. But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. I will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what ground they have reached their decision. So this is new for everyone. On what grounds? On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're really putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No merchant was this of this before.
I don't really hold well does with all this justifying luck. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of this experienced this before.
Everyone is new to this.
Except the old lady.
Alright then. Summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it?
Well, just maybe it may be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the Count Magnus MacGilded guilty of this most serious crime. I am cross-examining the jurors or something like that? This is new! I have never been with this before. I love this. There was no one else inside the garage at the time, so it has to be him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the girl. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised our prices above 4 pence for you. I don't know why is this important, but it is important and I love it. This scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. I'm certain to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have a wonderfully formed arguments though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these six people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at him. I need some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo.
According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Huh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their AC minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendants.
Unfortunately,
once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have an idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public.
They have... Woo! Let's see who gave me a take that. Hey, Chicha! Did you present that like as evidence? This is a good court, isn't it?
They may appear to present an united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Chicha, I'm so happy that you're watching. Please enjoy the show. As you know, I have a lot of evidence to show, or I don't know, I still don't have a phrase or anything. Oh, actually, you're over there. I'm looking at my computer instead of the camera. That is very smart of me. Please enjoy it. Objetividad! Objetividad! I can't with this. I just can't with this.
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see, so it's contradiction in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for.
In a way then,
this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I may be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off! Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord! This is cool. Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGillen were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Well, perhaps that's something we could all work out together now? Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susato-san said. Finding contradictions in this 6 people assertion is the only way that I'm going to succeed. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. Per passengers, with fare totaling 20 pence. I already got it! 4 pence. 4 passengers, 20 pence. There was another one. There was another passenger.
Hold it!
But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death after all, can't it? That's a sin in your country? My point is, a man who finds his figures is a man who you can trust. Those of us in service would serve to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilden in the act, I don't doubt it. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If you notice an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. Yes, I knew it. This one is wrong from the first step. And I don't know how I'm going to make them realize that the knife is from the front. Yes, this is not a sideways stab. Also, I haven't checked the knife. That part is a sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem to like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his weight. That's not a blade, that's a Kazuma's sword! Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh god, it's actually full of flaw. So this is the M. An ornate letter M, undeniable Mr. Magnus McGilded initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah! What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. Gyakuten Saiban. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I'm sure of it is that it's an M. This is an M. Oh, well,
idea was quickly quashed. That looks like a lot of blood.
It surely is blood. The victims.
An man's blood looks a lot like an Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood.
Do you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain.
I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand. I wonder when we started thinking that aliens had green blood or something like that. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think without look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps.
Actually, I wonder. Are you sure you will not find Mr. Sholmes' names inside?
Well, let's see what we find.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this! Do you see any of them in here?
Bruce Fairplay! Whoa, wait, what? The banker?
Should that mean something to me?
It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplace, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Ah, yes, of course, the banker!
Why's his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he?
And look, the repayment that is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
This is amazing. I really like checking evidence here. And I should have done this before. Okay, let's see what else. Start the chat next. Okay. Absolutely racing. Yeah, sure, whatever. I already know.
Careful, you could hurt somebody with that.
You're a fine one to talk. What if that sword hanging from your waist? Hmm? No, that's just my battered souls.
Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money.
They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words.
That seems very unlikely, doesn't it?
Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is as rotten Shylock.
Well, yes, that seems to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please be careful with what you say!
He's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate than as far as I'm concerned. Oh god, those eyes! He's as guilty as sin! The man can hang! Oh my god, this is hilarious! Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities?
If you've thought of something, Mr. Naruhodo, don't let it go, that's your theory.
No time to, like the present, to use X to pit them against each other or I'll never get anywhere. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I imagine that she's the one typing this. I am recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his scalpel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you have coughed like a simpleton. Thank you. And what's the point exactly? I like how he picks up his freaking...
So, anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty?
That is a conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copies now that I have typed.
Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. You can trust the guild. Fairfax is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the guildmaster, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. Unfair, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It is beyond the pale. It'll lead to declining passengers. You mark my words, and it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it a crime or his bosses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my Kyle is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in dock is as guilty as sin. The scoundrel! Stabbing that poor man on the floor! It beggars belief! I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You hear what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow! Just like this! Yes, that is what he said, you're right. My gilded park is such a lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought that he was a miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse? Oh help! She's as sure can be that he's guilty now. The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? So we just need to find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just such a situation. Shall I read what I have found out? It is a little long, I'm afraid. Very well. Listen to this. During the summation examination, you will hear the assertion of the 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel of the defense should use X and pit them with impunity. Having done so, you will be able to compare the chosen assertion with those of the other jurors. Select the corresponding button to listen to the other jurors' assertions again. Now that you cannot change the assertion of the juror you initially selected, nor can you choose assertions of jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Okay, that makes sense. Once you've compared the various jurors' assertions, work out which two contradict each other, and then pit them against each other with X to pull them apart. Oh my god. I see she wasn't joking when she said it was long. Actually, it wasn't. The first step is to listen very carefully to what each individual juror has to say. Then I'm sure you'll start to see which ones might not quite agree with each other. Alright then! Let's get this rigged now. So I never have to listen to that long and boring explanation again! That's the spirit! Okay, I already know who. Objection! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver's Place's main and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, they actually animated him walking around the court. I love this. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following.
The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is it. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each, if you do multiplication, it would be 16 pence! Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence in fact, or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can be right! The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, and one and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious character ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, huh? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman! We were all in agreement! Why did you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Woo! For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. Don't need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm changing my lenient to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Oh, I cannot even press anymore. I want to see what he says now. Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. This is the one. Objection! These 2. Justice! What? Explain, counsel, post haste! Oh, dearie me. I was only needing a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, Ice Cube? I like that one. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prime bankers said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite crude. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh,
Well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stepped the poor mess after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move! Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches! What a model! What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the two witnesses isn't telling the truth. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know it yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales!
I don't believe it!
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors, I warned you, you cannot listen to this man! Look at him, in his black suit, it's clearly some devious Eastern sorcery using magic on all of us!
If I could use magic, do you think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx!
Me?
What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did something because as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that,
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question, and I say it and I know why. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it you do, Jinx? Come on, out with it! What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You don't realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can possibly have seen it happen two different ways. Alright, I concede defeat. Wow. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. What are you playing now, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor sharply and shave every last hair of his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation of examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. Woo! I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. I am loving this. So, Lord Van 6, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution if you please. Oh, a moment of your time, please. Dear Lord, that phone call came at, well, not exactly a good moment, but I did not expect what he just said. So, I just was on the phone with Ayatric, which you can find in twitch.tv at Ayatric from time to time. He was just wanting to check on me, but apparently he didn't know that I was streaming. Anyway, let's keep going. And Ayatric, if you're there, have a nice day. You know that I'm here in court. Let's keep going. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van 6. Calling here? This is just me. As your antique tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. Really? So I honored a deadly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So,
Let us proceed to the next round of battle. Whoa! Bring forth the witness once more.
Witnesses.
Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it.
Yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the other hand, the coachman, I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpired that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a failed passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio. Oh,
I imagine that it's Dios mío.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attentions by the defense's summation examination.
Summation examination. I'm not gonna have anything like that. Testimony.
I only carried 4 passengers at night. I swear it, but
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
he failed us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that Lord Curly inside as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Fair play needs a deeper voice.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the conchman's sly little cousinage.
Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster! The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board! You know that? Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonors on the entire guild.
If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that's how math works.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings had already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely! And give me some of this, thank you. Sorry, but I really need to eat a bite. This is nice because I actually needed something warm for my throat. Otherwise, my voices go very, very bad. Sorry that it's taken me a bit, but I really need. This stream is not sponsored by Maruchan. Instant Lunch, it's not sponsored by them.
Hold it!
Okay, here we go. So there were only 4 passengers in your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4-pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible! So I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging the per hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger of the omnibus that night, then we would have another suspect. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for this. Does that mean everybody on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4?
Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of.
The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried.
I'd have been happy if I had ever... I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and I saw that blood-curdling inside as well. It's all too much.
This blood-curdling sight, do you mean the murder, I presume?
Yes, sir!
A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant.
I hear the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of frenzy. That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help but screaming, even when I'm eating.
I tell you, I saw that my gilded stabbing that man! Everything I said before stands! So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilder, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, wasn't it? It was boring me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence.
Then what are we wasting all time here for? It's black and white, the man's guilty!
Something about Mr. Fireplace's testimony just jars with me. I wish it could work out, but it was.
Oh, Jess, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, Jess. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, Jess, that's right. Okay, I can't see all of them. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in a nice big grip. A nice big grip? I suppose. I might have, you know, Jess, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck.
I expect that was me, sir.
Then when I turned around, Jess, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, Jess. The fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, didn't I? Ah. What is wrong with you? Okay, I'll keep going here. In fact, now that I come to think of it, it must have already happened when I heard the scream. Of course! That goes without saying. But I really wish he had said it earlier.
The autopsy report makes it quite clear that the victim was stabbed only once. Which means the banker was witness to the fatal wound that ended Mr. Mason's life.
Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cursed examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering some important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay attention. No. I want to change my family name to that later, but for now, that is not my name. Oh, you mean that I'm right? Okay, got it. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the other witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as their reason. Okay, I know which one. This one. Oh god, I overdid it. I miss how in the 3DS games you can already jump to the specific. Yeah, sure. Here. Hold it! Blah 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 blah
No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, didn't I?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. I didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Huh?
Are you asking me or telling me?
He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly.
Did he have just happen to see the exact moment the crime was committed?
Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I made as clear as $1 a day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
Oh my god. I need a bit more of this. This warm, delicious. This has become an eating streaming. Remember guys, wear these things. That way, you cannot throw it away. Look at this. I will never break my computer. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask that you supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what you exactly saw. Oh, I can do that, alright? I'll just tell you how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Wait! Blood-soaked? Ahem, well, perhaps soak is laying in a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. These bankers laid a statement. I felt sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. And not long ago, blah 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 blah. I need to. Wait. There it is. Objection! Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soap might be living on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilden, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark color stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right! So you're the liar here then! That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said here, it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You said you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You cannot justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Ah! Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake! My word should be the gold standard! I'm a gentleman, not some gutter side. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate! And my throne is completely gonna destroyed by this man's voice!
He's claiming you have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo!
If we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. Something to show this man was a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. There's evidence! My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony.
Ah!
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness' alleged deception to the court.
Take that! This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilden.
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What?
Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well,
It is barely worthy of being called a debt.
according to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, would you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilder were to be found guilty of murder. That would become... what would become of your debt in that case? This document states that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? I throw this sovereign. Okay.
Order,
Mr. Bruce Fairplay!
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implication upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the victim is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes! You did not tell the truth in your testimony! Alright, now let's not make a melodrama of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilda's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which you have seen here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did see and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes! Yes! I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. I'm sorry that this is not an action game, so every time that I get a bite, it has to be during the text. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the ceiling. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpire, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. I like this judge. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw them and do it. That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. I like that they're swords. Hold it! No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing at the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands.
He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient points remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment that stabbing transpired, if that matters.
Hold it! Don't try to downplay this!
Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime, it's a matter of fundamental importance, as well, you know.
But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time.
You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in Derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. That's a feature this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you might have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for.
These witnesses' scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Is that really how it's supposed to work?
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Alright. You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands?
Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Matilda's gloves has any signs of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down I saw Mr. McGilda sitting beside the fellow. I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir.
He wasn't wearing these gloves?
That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly.
It's true that the dark color stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see.
I should point out that the police officers who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands.
There wasn't blood on his hands? Well, this is puzzling indeed. This must be quite significant. I'm sure of it. I didn't.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Yes, very sorry, sir. It was very wrong to me to make up stories and say I saw him stabbed to the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to suggest you nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir. I saw nothing at all, sir. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horse! At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, though, no?
Yes, that has absolutely no point!
Oh, please, you didn't even see that! It was so cold at night, you see. All I could do was... That was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem so prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's called Winter Months.
Beppo!
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't be anyone else inside the carriage or we all would have seen him. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It's fiercely cold at night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember I was shivering and it was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Huh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, it's a public post service, for pity's sake, that's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the event in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really?
Obviously at this stage we can say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend! The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Very well. I will uphold the prosecution demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the floor of the roof facing the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the closed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting, is obscured from view. In other words, someone had been sitting on that seat. It's quite possible that these two witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Ambiguity.
I feel like I'm insulting a lot of Scandinavians. ¡No te apures, chichos! ¡Se van a ir a la cárcel! Los capitalistas. Aunque bueno, de hecho el acusado es un capitalista rico que hace deudas a la gente. So... okay. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allure. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I actually have no idea. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Mr. Sato. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name.
You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to her lessons not yet learned.
Is that a Maya? Yep, that's a Maya. Except she doesn't channel spirits. She is my judicial assistant. She is using a law book from 50 years ago or something like that. And that's how we ended up saving this case. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. That hurts. How can he do that so simply? That hurts. That hurts. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. English is hard. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat of the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... This is our client, by the way. Lady first, by the way. Beppo. Okay, there's just... Oh god, I don't know. Of course it's not ours.
Take that!
Yes, concealing this blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. And it doesn't make sense to me.
Whatever so-called logic you used to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not. Because your angels has made one thing abundantly clear.
Is it Beppo?
The real blind spot is inside your head, and it will appear to be unusually large.
Wouldn't they have noticed that? Wait a minute. You could have just said that's not right. Mr. Naruhodo, our task is to defend Mr. McGilda, and we're working on the assumption that he's innocent in this crime. Yes, of course. Why? That must mean then that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. McGilda, the true culprit. That's right. It's Oh! Of course! So the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witness saw through the skylight that night, they were the victim and the real culprit. It does seem as though we've been all making a false assumption. The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. McGilda at all. Meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Let us not delay, Consul. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Okay. I know now what I should do.
Take that!
Oh, the music changed. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilda. Mr. McGildet? What are you talking about, Consul? What's that the name of the defendant?
Objection!
Whoa! I love how extra he is. Like, I really do.
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lorban 6!
People talk of those tiny islands nation in the Far East as having a learning and culture in their own. But I see they use this term ill-advisedly.
What are you trying to say? Desmadro mi pisto para establecer un punto. That is a fantastical one, Chicho.
Let me explain in terms that even a student of an airless backwater such as yourself might understand.
You totally broke me. Me rompiste por completo, Chicho. Déjame desmadro mi pisto para establecer un punto. Ese güey está pedo, mala copa. Oh my god. I need a breather.
Okay, let me explain instead that even a student of an airless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded by the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side, multiple witnesses have attested to this fact. This is the very premise on which this case is built.
But that premise may be wrong.
What?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilda, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Consul? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears their bloody remains.
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony rebels the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify,
And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this first third party?
Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary! Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
This Dracula is driving me crazy. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fourplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't. Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly beheaded. Others do tend to notice such things, sir.
And on what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember.
And you called yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be so sure?
Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the two culprits in the very cabin in which he traveled.
¿Drogado?
He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it.
Order!
There is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused Mr. McGilder to the stand?
Well, what do you say, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGilder is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, do we expect McGilded to testify or not?
I demand its testimony. Always demand it.
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth.
The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. I am a good boy and I raise my hand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury.
Oh, yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out of here, as I say!
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something is doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be here.
Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. And here we have it.
Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilder, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Este es tu capitalista, Chicho.
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Because no, this is not my nature to hide anything, Aldia.
Just answer.
Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you so, or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. Gilded?
The fine fella representing me is about absolutely right. In the carriage in the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true?
Aye, and was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What? This guy's weird. No, Magnus McGilder, that convenient excuse can't save you now.
Oh god, I changed his voice. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Ben 6. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she done it. They have hauled her into this here corner just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That, I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage last night. And I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely...
Okay. I completely lost his tone for a moment, because it's so similar to McGilder.
We have absolutely no reason. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin is in here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What? Whoa, what the what? Someone's trying to get away after them! No use! I can't see anything through all the smoke! What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo, cover your face!
Bailiff!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus!
I hereby call an emergency recess! Bailiff, ensure the defendants in custody and clear the courtroom!
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we know was that, for the time being at best, the trial was suspended. Oh my god! I did not expect that happening! I did not expect that happening! Oh, whoops. You know what? I wanna keep going. I cannot. What the heck? What are just happening there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened.
Miss Osato,
I was told it was an advance from a smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
a smoke grenade? Sounds like that sort of thing ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl?
Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilder was just talking about? My thoughts exactly!
So he wasn't lying.
What's become of Mr. McGilded anyway? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. He was summoned to the prosecutor's chamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here in the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. Now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Oh. Oh! She's right, that's strange.
Counsel for the defense! Counsel proceeding to the courtroom!
The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officers. We'll go straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stance and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. Just out of curiosity. Is this the freaking turnabout? Is this the freaking turnabout? I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato. Yes! Que desmadre, mi pisto para mí. I cannot stop looking at that freaking comment, teacher. Oh! There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded, look! He must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather uneventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Six. My lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke, which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this Willas was here in the first place, and why she tried to pull like that? This all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that last night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Bigora, a loud thud and a whisk scream woke me up with a first stab. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across me. And I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, giving her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding on the omnibus, is that correct? This exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? yes, my lord! Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the...
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded up. And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the floor and the roof deck either.
You're the first passengers it were, I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by this back seat?
By all means, this is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel the most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then, Begorra! A loud shout and a wee scream woke me up with a first start. There was I keep speaking in his voice. I will not be able to come back to normal English after this. Just broken and completely out of sense. That's me English now.
A loud thud, you say? And a scream?
Aye, that's right. How you explain it? It was like a sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the ground floor, having been stabbed?
Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but they fell on the floor.
You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume.
Not above me, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned to the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me.
You set him up? The victim, you mean?
That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I completely see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? This common courtesy, sirs. I found that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Ben 6! How would that be?
You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the captain. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Wow, I completely destroyed the accent that I was giving him. But I actually like it more now.
Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money on exorbitant rates of interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the offer I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble.
Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first.
The whys and wherefores first?
Right you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The whiskey in my head, for example. Wouldn't your good self do the same?
Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thought of the victims collapsing.
Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find?
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
So I did say...
I'm running out of voice, oh my god, this is bad.
So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, Aris.
What do you mean by that?
Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The whiskey I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside.
Good gracious! Under your backside?
And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a Wikubi holder for storage.
Mr. Naruhodo, we cannot examine about the omnibus observed, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a true look around inside.
And that's when I found her.
And if you don't mind, how did I not notice this one? Actually, okay, let's see. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Band 6 has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? This is Sarah's handle, it seems. I did not see this. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in it. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can put my finger on what it is. Me backside. My butt. Okay, this is interesting.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself?
Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me hair's hair nearly stopped beating me in chest.
Ugh, you're really overreacting like this.
Still and all, I pulled her up from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her.
The seat opposite?
That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir.
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time.
Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats.
Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. Matilda. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Manson.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat on the bank of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly possible. The defendant is someone diminutive in stature, and really confused perhaps with this young girl.
After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horse.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The princess explains are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, hence her crust among large crowds relieving people of their purses.
Oh, it's a pickpocketer. It's a pickpocketer. It's a pickpocketer. What's commonly called a... Oh, yeah, a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Gina Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh! What? How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes!
Open your eyes. I'm over here. I'm over here. Open your eyes. I'm over here.
Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking. Coronas are all the same. This there's a little dipper, you say. Flip-Up got caught on the job. She got herself back into the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on! That's what's on your heads! That's what's on your ears!
This is difficult. Go on, that's what's on your eats, and it?
Go on! That's what's on your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all! This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast...
Look! Knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs.
Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I left the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel tracks. It's nice, ain't it? It's like the pink vest.
Ah! Do not wave the thing in my direction again!
So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, Les. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
I knew he was Irish! The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus in the night in question.
Alright. If I have to. So snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
I wanna see her their profile.
He's 17. He's older than Susato.
Nah, they're too different. They're not the same person.
But it was right out always the time. It was a right always the time. I got nothing to show for my troubles at night. I'll tell ya, you can see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's speech in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. It did help me get away, I mind. It did keep me going away.
Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McKilder.
Oh, the simplicity itself, Lord. Simplicity myself, Lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir. I
was sitting right on top of the place where she was hitting herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was at that night. And the cubby hole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume.
Oh, and the cubbyhole on which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone on... of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wheelhouse was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Oh,
So you see, that's why I let her the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself and if Joe's life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
even though you must have realized your action would have resulted in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass.
My goodness! What a perfect gentleman! My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this! I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Ooh! I'm not in the middle of this, so what's going on?
A calm, calculated reasoning when arrive clearly at the truth every time. Wow! Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty?
Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean
It must mean what?
that we're victorious!
Wait, what? Are you sure?
Objection!
Whoa! If the sight of my Iron Heel Wellington offense, pray to forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day.
Emotion?
The witness' latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was completely searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It is noted in black and white here in the police report.
Good lord!
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate my kill-dead story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel?
Naturally, we must accept the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assured you, when the omnibus was wheeling to the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence. Doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be?
Oh, to be sure,
The young gentleman You'll be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. Tell the court now, fella. How this? Oh, this is an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Von Seek. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer that? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat of the omnibus? Sorry, my failure, I didn't look. Why didn't I examine the omnibus more truly?
Perhaps I credited you with too much intelligence. It seems, my lord, that this Eastern initiative is as unreliable as one from the barrel.
Mr. Naruhodo! Well now, it would seem the argument is moot.
And the truth of the matter is there for you all to see after all. Well, that where the cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly would have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending Flesser and the Pickpurse are lying.
I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking Richard always stinkers. Nothing but cowards. The lot of them.
What?
It's a trick. Of course it's a trick.
Quite so. I must concur here. Wait, calm, calculate, reason. One arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witnesses, please. Yes, my lord. It just happened. The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
So he's not inside the carriage.
There's snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses as they just let go. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even started off its run.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joy to make a feel baba? That's her own idea, ain't it?
I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl's a petty thief? Can't really refrain from entertaining her tenants. Ah, that's a good point.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of her fares and all. For paying passengers at 5 pence a piece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified, and one little scapegrace reading for free.
The red conch of a driver always goes for the same grab before his last run, see? Okay, just to make sure.
gonna slip into the carriage and get myself in there under the seat. Isn't easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. I like that one better. Oh my god, my throat is gonna thank me so much for this. But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I will chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filled by the police officer who first arrived at this... I wanna go full-blown karma on him, but I can't. And yet, according to the report filled by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell ya. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. Let it rest. I don't not waste all time. I got nothing to show me from the troubles that night. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own and the god permit at least some time out of time. I wasn't able to read that again. Well, most nights I'm on me own on the god permit at least some of the time. Okay, there is. I beg your pardon? Did you say god permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me and set it from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to leave the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do ya? So Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then? I'll tell ya. You can see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's screeching there. Hold it! So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not yet. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look at the crack. Then I can have a butcher's ad whose I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. You see, I get under ain't as flush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plan themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over his head. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion out to pee. I see. A moment of my time, please. And we're back in action. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feel too much like being thrown in a clink. But it's the only place to hide in them charges, so it's Upson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking pockets? Why doesn't she
Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. I know that es un poco raro, pero me gusta mucho la lechuga así sola, gente. Okay, let's keep it up. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there, nothing else for it. Then after a while I heard this long bang, nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me. It get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not? Oh, or not. Yeah, I'm gonna abandon his Scandinavian accent and just give him a very tougher one because it's quite easier to distinguish it and remember it. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher while I had the change, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the block where had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilde's account, of course. But then, this fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sank back down again, but it was too late by then. I never grabbed wrist looking. Oh, she's lovely. It's because of that they Swell found me. He did help me get away, Knight. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that you're still very unsure. You just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. I'm sure we'll clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. We have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Hold it! I didn't press this one. And when Mr. McGilde discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling into me. Ugh, how awful. Oh!
Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands were covered in blood? That must be what the passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct?
Yeah, he asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name, and what I was up to on deck. Then I heard something from up above. Someone scream.
Yes, Mr. First on the rooftop, one would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here's Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later."
There's something here that doesn't make sense. I don't like where this is going. What am I missing? Oh my god, what am I missing? I'm so confused.
Why am I so nervous? I didn't get it.
I'm so confused. What is the mistake here? What is the contradiction? Okay. Let's analyze everything again. Wait!
Well, no.
Wait, that's new? When did that one come up? I don't remember. I don't remember him going down. Okay, let's try again. Oh, not this. Give me a second. So you couldn't see into the cabin at all? Yeah, blah blah blah. There it is.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Consul? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade wasn't there a famous thief named that? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, that's all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark, it was terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure you can all sympathize. I'm still scared in the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well.
Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade! Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Bejeevers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me fables, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have been given us a new important clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? My lord! I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me.
That's right, insult the judge, always a good move.
I was straining my ears to work on what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with.
But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so I didn't notice me.
And Mr. McGill sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah! Would you Adam and Eve it?
Would you Adam and Eve it, eh?
What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, you see? But would I? Not likely! Even though he stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him, and driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was.
Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts.
Huh?
At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. 7-6 realized too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit parties' names at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. Contradiction, I guess. Contradiction, yeah. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hanging in the omnibus last night, you heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGill snoring. Ningunos can think! There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Take that! Thrice-fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel!
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course it was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded? That he was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I came aboard. At least, not in plain sight. Though you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the closed cabin of the omnibus at the time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Waiting for this soil to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this putative statement was clearly flawed. Lord Ben 6. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem the words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. She didn't say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I!
Mr. Foreman?
I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars!
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning toward guilty. Well, your consideration from others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Dear Lord, I love how extra he is. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You're useless, Mr. Amadan. This is carnage, it's perfect. Your number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know, if we can find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respectable gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entire new light in this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel!
I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. Yep, he sounds even more menacing with this tone of voice. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If these petty thieves' words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. If the door wasn't open even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered through the enclosed cabin some other way. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's only one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin?
Take that!
It was dropped down. The answer is obvious! It can only have been the skylight! I say the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to allow an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it!
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible! How can you be so sure?
Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but...
Might a humble fella make a wee comment here?
Mr. McGilded?
To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore did nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that this is not so much as a case of them not saying, but... Aye. This is a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas to be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oh my goodness! Surely not! Those two chaps on the roof? You mean, the ones who stuck that knife in the man were?
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer?
Your brother, he said, your brother! What are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage! I've got a good mind to give you a blinker a minute!
I'll give you shit in a minute, he said, and so will I! Mr. Fairplay!
You're effectively accusing me, a civil gentleman and well-respected banker!
And me, a very angry Heather!
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the gut! It's a disgrace! It's scandalous! I protest! I protest in the strongest possible terms!
That's right, I protest too! About you, you rotten scoundrel!
Order! 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 This is not the time, witnesses! I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand! Return to the anteroom at once! But this is beyond reason, my lord! It's outrageous!
It's very hurtful, you know?
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Bird 6. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to! It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars! You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rushed to put the idea for going forward without any actual evidence, but you can just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. I have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhado? The spectators in the public gallery they're in complete frenzy!
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First!
My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward.
were the only two people up on the roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that.
If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one over the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I told you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I'll say that on listening to this testimony. It is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing through it.
That's right, you see.
We're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collision with one another.
What? Eh?
According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings.
Huh, well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
All cops are. Yeah, let's stop there. Something doesn't feel right here. The trail is going in our favor, really. The weather feels so uneasy. Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord.
We were the only two people up on the roof. Dead or alive, I can swear to that.
If anything had happened when we were sitting there...
Oh, lo estoy leyendo otra vez. I'm reading it again. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join on the rooftop deck?
Absolutely not, taken.
Whoa, all the way over here.
No question about it, he said. None at all.
Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both.
I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here.
Is this true, Mr. McGilda? Dear me, my lord.
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone. I nodded off inside almost immediately.
That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaging.
Let me stop you right there, fella, and ask ya, did you all have any evidence at all?
I wasn't even able to read that thing.
It's all about evidence in the course these days, so it is. You do well to remember that.
I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well. If anything had happened while we were sitting there, do you think that we have noticed, don't you think? Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It was certainly having quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly?
Is this some kind of lark?
Is this some kind of joke, he said? Is this what it is?
Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly.
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell ya.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in the bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'll never open them again.
That's extreme.
It was a stream, I tell you, and we had to put up with this because this man had locked the door. And it Jen would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella, but you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear it at all.
That's a lie! I saw you through the glass, you were talking to someone!
No, it was a cold night, it was. People do be seeing things that aren't really in the cold. This hardly be surprising. Seeing things?
I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You!
Don't
take it personally now, lad. If I'm suspect in this case, then this only fair that you and the other Fen Arthur open a free competition is what a capitalist society is all about.
There's again the capitalist pet thing about that Chicho didn't like.
This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really.
In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So you had never met Mr. Thrice Fire Mason before?
Oh, no! Not once, never!
You've never met the man before, he said. Never!
And you, Mr. First, had no prior deals with the victim either?
That's right, sir. I don't have much to do with brick makers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not.
You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remote.
No.
Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Okay. What is it, Scrush?
That's right. This is about motive, and we had none?
No motive, hmm?
Well, that's not all, is it?
Okay, it's gonna be on statement 3.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my plug with you in a minute!
He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself, go on! You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
I can see an opening.
So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it. Still and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of this thing, do you understand?
Now hold yourself a minute, sir! The size of this thing means nothing.
That's an opener.
No, not in so. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop adding arcane, shall we?
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind, loudly, and I shook myself with it as it happens.
What?
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
I, just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it touch. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. Went as red as rouge, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
No, sir! The point is, the skylight can be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabins of shame.
The skylight doesn't open, you say?
So that proves it. We could have kicked the victim into the cabin below, I tell you. Neither of us could.
Nobody mentioned anything about kicking anyone.
Like I said, these details are little nuggets at best. It's the moral load we should be looking for. If you're unsure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
Proof.
That's right, I demand to hear it.
I came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this.
But you call us both chasers. Brand us as criminals.
You call us liars. That's what he means. And accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment. There's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here.
And grab this case up. I kissed it.
I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way.
I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I?
Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilden either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone we can truly determine the outcome of the trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury.
So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence?
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Precisely. Also, let's see, statement 3 and statement 4. Okay. Blah 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 blah.
Well, no. Excuse me.
We go! Mr. McGilden? Oh, yes, Consul.
Yes, Consul. What can I be doing for you?
Did the witness last statement give you pause for thought somehow?
No, not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder.
What are you insinuating?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It's been too long, so it has.
Huh?
If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe this fast approaching is enough. Your repayment date.
I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
An unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well now, is there a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First!
Me, sir? What do you want me with me, sir?
You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about in your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it?
Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever function was through the door.
The perfect fit, is it? It's a very distinctive design, so it is.
Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch.
Customers? Such as Rice Fire Mason?
Huh?
There was a photographic print of the victims who made us as evidence for my lord.
Yes, this you mean?
I can't help thinking that the poor fella's head looks distinctively familiar. Wouldn't you say?
That's one of my hats.
There it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customers at Wedgers you could have had a big quarrel over the distinctiveness of the goods.
Oh no, sir! Absolutely no, sir!
Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victims, you say. I rest my case.
You little whistle!
It's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McKelder has certainly been through his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings.
A hunter. I got an achievement! I didn't even know that this was an achievement. This was not important, but it was actually cool to know! Oh god, this one. The one about the fart. This is ridiculous. Me pedorré.
Wait, that ain't...
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade!
It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right?
All them skylights open! That is it! More easily that you can load that weapon.
That's a lie, I tell you! Otherwise, when I broke Queen,
You can do it from the inside, you mug.
Look, a few weeks ago I was up on the roof deck of one of them tracks. And I had a great all at me, and I had purses coming out of my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me so I couldn't hop up the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for them skylights in the top side. That's what you can open them from the cabin.
The skylights open from the roof deck? Bailiff, climb up on the roof deck of the omnibus at once and verify this witness' claims.
There it is. Oh my head! See?
Order, order, order! So it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it! The skylight opens! I'm from the roof deck! Mr. Naruhodo! This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord! So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Here we go! So the skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the correct is open, that's for sure. And there's a lamp in the closed cabin. I'm sure the witness I'm unable to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. There's gonna be light in the blood, right?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
This opened very wide, right? Why not to kick someone like you through? Certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. With someone like me! Ah! What is it? Look! Just there! Look at it! That's, without question, that's blood! What could there be a blood stain here? Surely, it can be unrelated to the case, can it?
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very court.
What? That's utter humbug! You can't possibly have any evidence!
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell ya. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof? You're in this courtroom? Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what is it that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Well, I need to go out first. Oh, it's actually open. Whoops.
Got it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood?
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylights of the omnibus was open.
What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening.
Oh my!
And so it follows that Mr. McGilder, who was inside the enclosed cavity himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No!
Order, order, order! But the blood could have spread up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin!
I was not expecting him to say go call it.
And only found its way to one particular spot in the skylight. Sure, and that would be convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the foredeck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the giant really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain if you see. There's the afterman that shows the poor fella drop from a fair height right there, so it is.
Just realizing something.
What? No!
But it can be! It's all lies!
Hold it! My fellow jury members! I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can we?
I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this corridor.
So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the girl's carriages being solid with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that the nice gentleman who gave us that delightful arc couldn't have done such a thing.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3! Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilder.
Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lurban 6?
A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. Am I actually representing a guilty guy? At least, not until this trial began. And the blood is actually fresher, so I actually believe him. Are you suggesting, Lord Lorban 6, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What?
What a palaver! I must say I didn't expect such great reasoning from a persecutor of your standing, Lurban 6. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't think kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilder, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilder,
However ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
The Titler Ben 6. This will not do to be sure. Will it now, Council?
Oh no!
I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood of the Skylight didn't exist, you say? But if this will all cast your minds back, it is not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the word and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Council?
He's lying. Blindness. I have another 2-4. And I'm pretty sure that I myself am the bad party in this case. The omnibus has been involved the entire time that the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. The truth? There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Good gracious!
Explain yourself, counsel!
Yes, there is!
It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intentions of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the risks that we were forced to take. Whoa. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade.
What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto, cover your face. I'm gonna voice all flashbacks like this from now on. Bailiff, don't let the guests escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call on emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the court.
The car room was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus! He's gonna be furious at me. He's gonna be furious.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, G? You rotten feckless cougar?
Feckless? Cougar?
You're supposed to be defending me! This a weak plot? There's a plot to undermine me! So it is!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this, courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade. A number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat! It's not supposed to be empty. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items! Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Ben 6, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true.
When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who was fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Have an inkling. My lord! Yes, Consul? There is one further inconsistency. A Margaret surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back!
Silence, McGilder! The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and the other. I have no idea what the truth is and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? The floor. The floor. I'm absolutely sure.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Although as advocates for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake! Why? What is going on? Am I actually going against McGilded?
This trial is over!
Mr. McGilded?
I've done everything I could possibly to cooperate with the court, but this all over now!
But you're the defendant!
It's over, I tell ya! Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, this all a nonsense. The facts are what counts, and the fact is that Blausen is there now. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Ripper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so am I. I thought it better of Lorban 6. Well, my lord!
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it will be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can be serious! Lord Ben 6, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I am going against him. I can't believe this. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to inform with the defense of first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now? With all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense. Your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilden. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? He's gonna explode. Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he's innocent. Good gracious me! Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
Oh, it was a grand decision to punch as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision.
What?
I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have.
What do you mean?
It's just as the right honorable gentleman so saintly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it? Now, nothing more than a formality.
Ah, he's a fuck. I really don't know what to make all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be farming. Any unslighted rubbish which had been responsible promptly, as I said.
This stinking rich are always guilty of something, yep, mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us a lovely pot.
Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still haven't determined if the blood seen in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Ben 6, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. I think indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with. The prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection! But wait! When we were evacuated from the car room, Lord Ben 6 ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot show responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair!
The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What?
Well, Lord Ben 6, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilden.
Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing, a warning. this is far from over.
Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Doesn't feel okay.
I can't believe it! This is an outrage! They should have had some evidence more! What are you talking about? The man's been clear! He's innocent!
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. That certainly was a long trial.
Yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on Foreign Soul and your first victory. It's a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you too, Miss Osato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Masson's death? We don't even know that!
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. Carry their duty to perfection.
Aye, that what you did?
Mr. McGilded. And that girl is with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Huh? What stories?
About such enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty.
Whoa! That was actually in court! That was actually real!
I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure, it was. And I'd you to thank, I suppose, for having the opportunity to see it.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
What energy saying, fella? Or did I walk out there a free man then?
I don't think it was much thanks to Mies. How did your planning?
You're a straight-taking fella, are ya? I must say, he had me straight in the head there once or twice. That you're young and headstrong! This water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name clear. But nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me.
Huh?
Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absent and thief. This grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now the fine fellas at Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. It's absolutely fading then, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their
Wages with all the taxes I...
Oh my god!
Not that funny.
So then, as we agreed on forehand, 1,000 guineas for year of troubles, my fellas.
Oh, no, we can't possibly accept that much.
Be wise. You're a humble people, are ya, from the east? Well, if you insist, but have this, still and all, you deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom?
What's this, officer? The sooner that I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I was making tracks now. It's time for the inspection.
Sorry, what inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I am under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is.
Thanks, guys. I don't even know where to begin.
So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you be having a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain.
There he goes. A free man. But not an innocent one, evidently. But she was here.
Don't move!
Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down?
You're a grown-up!
Sorry?
And I hate all grown-ups!
There you are!
Oh. There you are! Not enough like that! Oh my god, I'm gonna have to make this voice now! I hate my freaking life right now! I don't remember that this girl was in the game! I saw that freaking box art and I completely forgot that this is a new Watson! Wilson!
Is this some kind of picnic? Where's this little Karen now?
I'm taking that thing with you as well! I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh my god, is that a bazooka?
You want to play? You want to beat me?
Excuse me, but
Who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
the inventor?
Well, normal smoke shrapnel grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to shred and smoke, it will obviously a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do I have to be shrouded in smoke though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus while she pinched it. Also, this is completely gonna destroy my throat from now on. I hope she's not that much into the game anymore. But I know that she is because she's in the fucking box art. I'm gonna suffer because of her. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphy beacon.
I tell you what's it now? Not what this girl's on about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? Apologies, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then. Follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd wanted the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that what she wants to is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. Oh my god, she does a reverence.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye! I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
Gosh darn it. It was a lively one.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too?
Yes, you're right, but where to?
Oh,
We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London, we had to rush here.
All the traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of watchings, but it is late hour in the day. I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I heard a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of my gilded park. I know it may be a little chill at this time of the year, but our cheerfulness will see us through. She wants to frost to death. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person's soul just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGildy down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine the worthiness of my study for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case is far from over. And it makes sense to me. Please tell me there's something to be continued. I don't want this to end like this. Whoa.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick!
Are they?
What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
There's someone inside!
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. Oh. This can't be.
Somebody just burned to death? You cannot finish it there! You just cannot finish it there! Oh my god! What the hell? What the hell? Somebody just died in that thing! This was the third case? I have no words. That ending was absolutely incredible. I have no words. This really is the great Ace Attorney. I did not expect
I did not expect the case to end like this. I don't even have a closing argument. This is... Okay. I think that that since I don't have any closing arguments, the only thing that I can do is just tell you everyone to take care. Yes, be careful with witches. Now, you're fucking. Oh my god. Okay, that's it. My brain cannot go any further with it. Everybody, have a nice day. I need to think about what just happened. Yeah.